Alrighty. Running just a tiny bit late here, but I'm going to go ahead and get the game started up here.
Before the light.
Alright, here we go. Just make sure everything looks good on my end. Everything looks good on my end. Hey there, Mitchell. Combat attacks again. Alright, let me keep this moving along here. So, I did move forward a bit. I moved forward to the next town, which was just barely further than we were previously were. We were back in this area around here. Audio video seems good. Great. But we were back in this area here, and I just moved forward up to here just to get to a good save point there. Just so you're aware of what's going on, in case you're wondering what's going on there. Hey there, Valera, and Brodator, and Fur. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are going to be continuing on from Ambrossos. And let me just, oops, did not mean to do that. I'm trying to press the journal key, but I can't remember what it is. Welcome, Theo. DWTerminator. Okay. Alright. Now, as far as what we were doing previously goes, I went up to Ambrossos here, and in Delphi, there's all these different quests we can do. Now, this one gives bonus resistance. We need to find the sacred tree in the grove near Ambrossos, which is where we currently are. And then there's this. Let's see. We need to go back and get the bow. That'll give us 3,000 experience and a couple of attribute points. And this is... if we find this guy, we get 1,500 experience. And if we do this one, where we basically just fight a bunch of skeletons, we get 1,000 experience. Which is obviously incredibly important when our experience to our next level is 32,465. So, yeah, it's gonna be a while. Alright, now I gotta figure out where exactly I'm going here. So there's Lalmadon. I think the cave for the centaur is back here. Playing a game with graphics today, yeah. I mean, it's... you know, it's a game from 2008 originally, so it's not exactly a looker or anything, but it does have graphics. There's nothing here that we can really use. Fight skeletons, Jason in the Argonaut style. Hell yeah. Needs more stop motion animation if I'm going to be fighting them Jason in the Argonaut style, though. Okay, that's where the centaur was that gave us the quest. So I would imagine that, yeah, so Chiron's Grove over here. This is probably where we're going to get the quest item that we need. Yep, there's a cave up there. Okay. And we finally have gear that is actually decent enough to carry us through this general area. So there is that. Also, it poisons the enemies, so it just kind of tears through them like crazy. An oak lycobalon. I don't think we need that. Let's see, what is this? This is a Shrine of Experience. We better take the Shrine of Experience, because otherwise, leveling up is going to be very, very slow. That's actually quite a bit of damage. I better take care of this mage first. There we go. Alright, so there's Chiron's bow. We got a bunch of magical items. Peak time period for 3D games, you think? Yeah, I mean, it was right around that time where graphics were getting good enough to where it was easy to tell what things were. You didn't really have to worry about them looking ugly, so it was really more how the style worked than anything else. And I'll be fair, that like I said in the last stream here for this one, this game actually still looks pretty good to this day. Obviously, it looks like a game from 2008, but it looked good for 2008, and it still holds up remarkably well in that regard. So, now gameplay and story-wise, that's a different matter entirely. Welcome, Shocker. I'll give this bow back. And let's see here.
Much potential, young warrior. Can you guess how it is true? Thank you again, young warrior.
And so now we got a couple of attribute points. Let's go ahead and just throw those into, let's see. I'll just throw them both into dexterity, why not? And let's see here. Also, don't mind me, I'm just having a bit of a snack here. You're just glad we got through the Brown and Graham realistic phase from... Yeah. Yeah. The Brown and Graham realistic phase was not cool at all. Alright, let's see here. Sell those. By the way, between the last stream and now, like I said, I didn't do very much. I just got up to Ambrossos here. But I did get these two scrolls. So one of them is Scroll of the Storm Witches, which will summon a couple of Harpy Witches for a while. And they will help fight. And then I also got Scroll of the Ice Nova, which does a bunch of frost damage. Because what else am I going to spend gold on in this game other than healing items and such? And I keep forgetting to turn on my aura. I probably should have done that, but oh well. And let's see here. Here's the chest. Let's see what we got in here. Some gold and nothing else useful. You're so used to games like this being stuffed with microtransactions. Yeah. It is kind of weird these days, isn't it? But you can thank Path of Exile for that, I think. I actually haven't even played Path of Exile yet. I activated the game on Steam a while back, but I never got around to actually playing it. Oh, shit. That's a lot of damage all at once. Okay, it was that guy. Tough Centaur Curious. No, not really useful to me. You don't think that... Yeah, brown and gray is not a remotely realistic color scheme. It is a useful color scheme if you're doing something like a horror game, for example. But just as a... In the way it was being used in the mid-2000s or so, it was ugly and completely unrealistic. But of course, developers and publishers thought it made everything look super realistic, so that's why they just kept shoving it into everything, and it was awful. Let's see. Anything useful? Nope. Okay. Let the poison do its work. Anything else that's useful? We got a green item. I'm trying to remember what the actual item progression is in here. I know it's yellow is just plain old magic items. I think green is rares. No, wait. Blue is rares, and then green is the next step up from that. And then there's another step up from that as well. I think it's purple. But I can't remember offhand. Let's see here. Brown and gray were mostly mainstream titles. That is true. Although not all titles from that era that were brown and gray were mainstream either. There's stuff like 7554, which is about as far from a mainstream title as you can get. And that's very brown and gray. Let's see here. You think Killzone used brown and gray effectively? I really need to get around to messing more with Killzone and see what that's all about, because I've only really messed around with it just to make sure my copies of the games work. What do I think about what Bandai Namco is doing with Tekken 8 regarding the $5 per legacy? I'm not familiar with that. You might have to explain that to me. Did I play Soldiers of Anarchy? No, I did not, but I have... I think I know the game that you're talking about, but I'm not 100% sure. It sounds familiar, let me put it that way. Welcome, McCall. I think that's how you pronounce that. I'm bad at pronouncing names a lot of the time. So if I get your name wrong, please correct me.
That is my grove burning on the hill above. The sacred tree is
Hope
still
I'm well. I mean,
She may be unharmed, but you'll have to get past
bit
the
of a rough
roots
week
to reach her.
in some ways. Had internet problems earlier in the week. Got that sorted out. That's why I couldn't stream earlier in the week, actually. And then, the main thing I've been working on as far as videos go here is, Graven, which, if you're not familiar with it, is, kind of a mess. Now, I will be fair, it's, I was under the impression from what Civvy was saying that it was some sort of irredeemable abomination of a game, but Graven is not quite as bad as Civvy was making it out to be, let me put it that way. Okay. We're at the point where even bothering with the standard items is completely pointless now. I also find it really amusing that poison actually works on these enemies, even though the weapon I'm using is basically one of their legs. So they should be immune to the poison, but apparently are not. Also, this is big and nasty. Okay, yeah, very, very big and nasty. Ow. That's a lot of damage. The time-honored tradition of loot and click kiting. Just run around in circles around the enemy. And occasionally hit them. There we go. And they dropped a Falcata. Just a standard, basic Falcata. Awesome. Just so, so great for fighting a boss monster. Thank you so much, game. Now let's see what else we got here. Well, we got the Sacred Olive Branch we need, so there's that.
You can't carry anymore.
Oh, I'm gonna have to move some stuff around, aren't I? Or I can just do this. Drop down the portal and go sell my junk. Okay, so basically I can buy 400 in-game coins for $5 and one legacy outfit costs 400 coins. All of them were in Tekken 7 and were free. When you say legacy outfits, are these just kind of the classic outfits that characters had, or what? Wait, what am I doing here? I'm going to sell stuff. That's what I was doing.
Welcome, welcome.
A fine warrior like yourself. I'm sure I've got just what you're looking for.
Let's see here. Microtransactions are bad, yeah. Competitive fighting games are some of the worst when it comes to monetization. They really are. It's part of the reason I don't pick them up until basically years into their development, because there's just not really a reason to even bother picking them up until all of the DLCs and all that are out. So, let's see here. Need that. And that. And that. And I thought I had another pristine plumage in here somewhere. But I guess I didn't. A diseased plumage. Oh. We'll figure it out. Okay, we now have a complete boar hide. And a complete essence of the Aegis of Athena. Always nice. I'm just going to put those back in here. Save them for later.
Your goods are safe with me.
And then just go sell this junk here.
What about armor? We've got armor.
Let's see. Oh, don't need that.
Nothing else?
And then go put this back in here. Yeah, I could have sworn I had another pristine plumage, but I guess not. And then I can put this spear in here too. Yeah, we don't need that right now. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put that torch in there too, just so we don't have that clogging up the space there. Let's see here. Spiritual success, a sequel, Last Days of Gaia, like a 3D Fallout made by Germans, early 3D. I'll look into them. I mean, like I said, Soldiers of Anarchy sounds familiar, but I don't remember Last Days of Gaia. Green Spider Tank, yep. Hey there, Retro Gamer, welcome. It's pronounced Michael, yeah. Yeah, when it comes to Polish, I don't even attempt to... I don't even attempt to pronounce Polish stuff most of the time. About the only thing I can say with any kind of certainty is kurwa. So. Microtransactions so bad now you're starting to appreciate MKX's easy fatalities because you completely ignore them and triggering fatalities when they're hard. Yeah. Yeah. Outfits, characters. Okay, yeah, if they're charging for outfits that the characters had in previous games, and whoop, had the wrong weapon there.
The tree is unharmed. Demeter, bring you help.
Yeah, if they're charging for outfits from the previous games, that's just scummy. Soldiers and RTS, yeah. Kurwa seems to be a word from just that region in general, just Central and Eastern Europe. Ow. Lots of damage. He thought running away would save him. He was wrong. Where am I right now? There's a Frostbite Shrine here, and there's a swamp over there. Okay. Polish is a very interesting language. Yeah, it is. Also, sorry about the pauses here. Like I said, I've got a snack here that I'm just occasionally munching on as we go through here. And I figure you wouldn't really appreciate the crunching sounds. See here. Did I ever play Heavy Metal Fact 2 and American McGee's Alice? I have copies of both of them. I haven't really gotten around to messing around with them, but I do have copies of them. The king of crappy microtransactions will always be EA Battlefront 2 Launch Edition. I don't know. I'm guessing you've never played a Korean MMO before. They tend to be just straight up pay to win all the time. And just nickel and dime you for every conceivable thing. It's pretty awful. Oh, we got beads of insight, and there's a cave here. Let's see what's in the cave. Oh, look, more nasty things that I don't want to deal with. There's a Frostbite Shrine. Sure, we'll use the Frostbite Shrine. Why not? Oh, we leveled up. These guys actually do a pretty decent amount of damage. Get this, let's see here. Light padded mantle. Do I still have inventory space? Yes, I do. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and put these points into, let's put one into strength and one into dexterity. And then for ability, let's see. Do I want to keep putting into defense, or do I want to keep putting into dream? What do I want to do here? Go ahead and put one into that. And sure, we'll put a couple points into that. Did my view change on Battlefront 2 since the review? Nope. It's still garbage. South Korea is a small indie studio. Please understand. Shadow Maw. Oh, okay, that's a lot of damage. That just kind of clobbered me. Okay. Well, that's a thing that happened. Now I gotta go back and retrieve my lost experience. And then just keep throwing myself at this horrible evil monster of death. A whopping 144 experience reclaimed. Woo! Alright, let me get my aura going here. And then we're just going to Shadow Strike it because, you know, why not? Oh, okay, that's a lot of damage all at once. Ow. Oh, and it has Seeking attacks. That's awesome. Love that. And it's really fast. This is not going so great. Well, at least that took care of those guys. Ow! So much damage! Okay, these guys are terrible. Do not like them at all. Can I even harm them? Oh, they're level 24. Okay. They are literally twice my level. No wonder they're doing so much damage. What? This game, and it's just absolutely atrocious balancing. Like, holy shit. The only modern game that's been able to give you an old school Battlefield Battlefront experience is Easy Red 2. I'm not really familiar with Easy Red 2. I've seen it on the Steam store a couple of times. But I haven't picked up a copy and probably won't for quite a while. Let's deal with some of these guys first before we go in there and just get clobbered by things that are twice our friggin' level. See here. Will I ever do a review of Hearts of Iron 4? I did a video on why I haven't taken a look at the various Paradox games a while back. You might want to take a look at that. Short version is that they get updated constantly. So anything I do without them actually being done updating the games would be outdated very quickly. And moreover, they're very complicated games, so it takes me a while to just get to them and learn how they work and that sort of thing. But I do plan on eventually making videos on basically all the Paradox games that I can. I've got most of them. The only one I've really played any extensive amount of, though, is Stellaris, in case you're wondering. Okay, let's see. Which Grand Theft Auto is my favorite? None of them. I don't like any of them. For varying reasons, depending on the individual game. Although I will say the closest I have come to liking the GTA games is probably Vice City. Just because it's ridiculous. And it just kind of embraces how ridiculous it is. Okay, full level 4 spiders and then a level 24 enemy just casually in there. Yeah. Well, I'll be fair. The enemy that was casually in there was level 16, which is still 4 levels higher than I am. But, the enemies it spawned in were level 24, which is just ridiculous. It's like Fallout 76 at level areas. Yeah, it is. I have no idea why they do these things. It's ridiculous. So now we have Rotbone here, who is also a boss, and he's also doing a lot of damage. However, he's much more manageable. Why can I not use my ability? There we go. He still does a lot of damage, but I can at least kind of keep up with him. There we go. And then deal with these clowns. Let's see what he dropped here. The Scholar's Reinforced Buckler of Reprisal. It's not really any better than what we... See, this is part of the problem I run into with games like this. You get all these different plus whatever to whatever stat, and then you start having to just practically make spreadsheets to compare them and figure out what's better versus what isn't. Might be an unpopular opinion. You feel the future of good gaming is in modding the classics. I can see that, but I don't think it's. I don't think the future of gaming is in the past necessarily as much as it is in the indie scene. It kind of always has been in the indie scene, but especially over the past several years, it's the indie scene has just really kicked off because now they have all the tools at their disposal that make development of games so much easier and so much more accessible to a huge variety of people who wouldn't normally be able to do it. North Korean games. Yeah, I saw that Linus Tech Tips video as well. That was fairly amusing. Just have to do some inventory Tetris here. Hearts of Iron 4 is very different now versus release. Well, yeah, Stellaris is the same way. When I first started playing Stellaris, it was a completely different game than it is now. And honestly, I liked it more back then. That's not to say it's bad now or anything. I liked it more back then when you had multiple ways of traveling through space, not just hyperspace lanes and things like that, so... I keep forgetting to turn off the item names so that I can actually see what I'm doing and be able to click on enemies. Mods are always free and made with love. Well, mods are not always free. Not anymore. Between Creation Club and the amount of modders I've been seeing, especially in the Fallout 4 modding space, who have been basically blocking off their mods behind Patreon and such. And that's another thing. It used to be that you could just go on to a general modding website, like, say, Nexus Mods, and find pretty much everything, because everybody would just post it there. But now, because some people have grievances with Nexus Mods or some other modding sites and such, now you've got people wanting to have full control over their mods at all times, and then they're going to start uploading them into Discords and stuff like that, and that kind of... uploading stuff into Discords in particular is just awful. Because what happens when those Discords go away? I mean, the stuff is just lost. Oh, we found the trader that we were looking for here.
Many visitors. Greetings. How can I help you?
Well, let's see here. At least sell this junk to him. DLC for Hearts of Iron 4 is insane. They basically hide new gameplay improvement. Yeah, they do. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure that at the very least, if it's something that affects the general game, then Paradox releases it as just an update, and everybody gets that. But if it's something brand new that is added to in an expansion, that's what they paywall. Because I know that's how Stellaris handles it. I can't talk about a game without buying all 1,000 plus DLCs. Yeah. Don't even get me started about stuff like Train Simulator. Let's see. Some DLCs costing $15 for... I mean, $15 isn't that bad for a DLC, depending on what kind of DLC it is. I mean, to give you an example, the expansions for RimWorld are all $30 a piece, which is about how much the game costs. Or actually, are they $20 now? I can't remember if they're 20 or $30. But they're actual expansion packs. They're not just small DLCs, so there is that. Back in the Atari age, the game... Was it ever be like this? It depends on what you mean by like this. Did I think that graphics would get this good? Not necessarily. Did I think that the physics simulations and stuff like that would get so impressive? Not really. But did I think that gaming would be horribly over monetized and completely overrun by slacktivists and stuff like that? Definitely not, and I wish I were still that naive. Let me put it that way. Let's see here. Do I still like the original Fallout series without the Bethesda running me? Well, yeah. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas are all still great. I am still working on and off on a redux of some of those and reviews of the review of Fallout 2. Like I said, working on and off on those because they take a while. But it's actually kind of funny. In going back to Fallout 3, I actually kind of forgot just how bad that game actually is. Alright, let's see if I can manage to get my experience back without dying horribly. A whopping 144 experience points. And a couple of health potions. And so he just almost took away half my health with one hit. But when it's just him by himself, he's not that bad. I mean, he does a frick ton of damage, of course, but then he summons these Shadow Stalkers that are... There's 3 of them, and they're all level 24 each. You just can't deal with that. There's nothing you can do about that. They just do way too much damage, and then all of a sudden there's crows everywhere. Okay, whatever. Wait, did my aura go away? Huh. Not sure what happened there. AAA industry abuses remaking games at this point way too much. Yeah, they do. They're relying way too much on nostalgia and stuff like that, and not enough on actual quality. Yeah, screw Creation Club. That's partly why I like GOG and their versions of the various Creation Club infected games. You don't actually have to worry about Creation Club. It removes it, because that's technically a form of DRM. Does at least put mods on console. I mean, technically mods have kind of always been on console. It's just, it's been a very involved process getting them on there. Speaking of Unreal Tournament 3, I've been trying to do a sort of revisit of that, but unfortunately the game doesn't want to record whenever I try to record gameplay footage, so I don't know what the hell's going on there, but it's really irritating. Still many good mods on Nexus. There are, but Nexus has been kind of a mess ever since they really started getting heavy on the content moderation. Because they lean very heavily to one side of the political spectrum. And so, it tends to get a bit rough there. But, and something I've found that's very frustrating in particular for the kinds of games that you kind of want to mod, like, say, Skyrim or Fallout 4 or Fallout New Vegas or whatever. A lot of the modding scene for it, a lot of the modders themselves, are Eastern Europeans who are generally a lot more conservative on the political spectrum. And so they don't get along with the Nexus mods people very well. And that's why you have so many of them taking to Discord and things like that for their for trying to distribute mods, and it's just a mess at this point. And then, of course, there was when they introduced, what was it, collections or something like that, and then mod authors got really whiny about that because it took some degree of control away from them on whether they could actually delist their mods or not. It was a mess. Let me take care of these guys real quick, and then I'll take another look at the chat here, because I know it's piling up there. Okay. Nexus was the best place for mods. Steam Workshop is the second. Yeah, that's true. Now, I understand the Blood DLC for Total War Warhammer. It's dumb, don't get me wrong, but I understand why they made the Blood DLC an actual DLC for not just Total War Warhammer, but all the various Total War games that they've done it for. It's so they can keep the lower content rating. Because if you have a... if, for example, you're in the ESRB system, you have E, then T, then M. If it's bloody and gory, then it's going to end up in the M category, and that is roughly equivalent to somewhere between PEGI 16 and PEGI 18 in the European system, which means that you're not going to get quite as much exposure. It's less likely people are going to buy it, because it's going to cut into the potential audience there a bit. So what they do is they release the game with the blood and gore content cut out, so that they can secure the lower rating, in this case the T rating in the ESRB. That way they can distribute it to a wider variety of people, but then the people who do want the blood and gore can go and get the blood DLC and experience the game basically the way it's actually meant to be played. At least in the case of Total War Warhammer. I don't really think it's necessary for any of the other Total War games. They're fine with the T rating. But that's why they do it. It's not a matter of specifically trying to nickel and dime you. It's still dumb. And I do wish that wouldn't be how things work as far as the content ratings and stuff go. But unfortunately, that's just kind of how gaming demographics and sales work. Now, you can certainly say, oh, but M-rated games sell great all the time, and that's true. But if it's got a lower content rating, then you can sell more. Let's see, games would have gotten this level of advancement, particularly gameplay depth. Yeah. Project Zomboid and Kenshi have great mod communities. What about Tactics? Fallout Tactics doesn't really have a modding scene at all, as far as I can tell. It has a dedicated fan base, don't get me wrong, and I mean, I like it well enough. But Fallout Tactics has always been the odd sheep of the Fallout family for a very good reason. And it wasn't until Brotherhood of Steel that people really were like, yeah, you know what? Tactics isn't that bad. In hindsight, it's actually kind of good. Not that people were ever really saying that Tactics was outright bad, but they were saying it wasn't anywhere near as good as Fallout 1 and 2, which is technically correct, but also not. Because, in the sense that, I mean, Tactics is not the same kind of game as Fallout 1 and 2, so it's not really fair to compare them mechanically. See, the Fallout 3 zoom-in aim is what killed the game for you. Frankly, I'm surprised the bullet sponge enemies weren't killed it for you. That's what ultimately destroys it for me. But what makes it that bad? I mean, let me put it this way. It is easier to find things to talk about in Fallout 3 that are bad than it is to find anything that is even slightly decent. Let me put it that way. I'm going to go ahead and save the game here real quick. Let's see what this... let's see, there's a mysterious portal there, and then there's this... I don't know what this mysterious portal is. We're going to enter it, though, and see what exactly happens here. So we are now in the Fissure of Chaos. I don't know what to make of this. Upon the remnant of an age past with it. Use the keys to the remnants of chaos and enter or forever wonder what treasures you... I guess this is a dungeon? Interesting. Well, I don't have anything I can put in there, so we'll just head out for now. People say Fallout 3 is so bad, but New Vegas is so good when it's... Fallout New Vegas is what Fallout 3 should have been from the beginning. It's not really an expansion pack as much as it's... If you actually play the two, it's a remarkably different game. Even though it has a lot of the same underlying mechanics and the same mechanical issues and things like that. Take a healing potion there. Anything good here? There's some gold. And there's a reinforced buckler over here that we can get. You don't like Fallout New Vegas so much, but it's much better than using game skills. I mean, technically, Fallout New Vegas is Fallout 3 by Interplay. It's most of the same people who were working on the original Van Buren, so it's actually pretty much basically Fallout 3 by Interplay. Fallout 4 don't look so bad. I will be fair to Fallout 4 in one particular regard. If you mod the hell out of it, it makes a kind of okay Stalker light or Escape from Tarkov light. We're talking very light here. But that requires you to mod the living hell out of it, and it basically becomes pretty much unstable and barely functional. So, and by barely functional, I mean from a technical standpoint, because the creation engine is held together by toothpicks and chewing gum. And it just breaks at the slightest provocation. But as far as being a Fallout game, it's awful. Take care of these guys real quick here. Oh, we got another boss-type enemy over here that is just spamming attacks at me. Let me take care of those plague birds first, because they're annoying. Yeah, this is riveting gameplay here, isn't it? Darius Deathwalker, the undead ghost. And he dropped a hardened Wraith Cage of Strength, which is basically useless to me. Awesome. This game, man. Let's see here. Blood DLC can still be an optional free download. Shouldn't cost money. I mean, yeah. But they know they can get away with charging money for it, so they charge money for it. The joys of inventory Tetris. Let's see here. Problem with Blood DLC is its price. Yeah, I mean it goes on sale for about $1 pretty much all the time, so it's not a massive expense, but it's stupid that they charge for it. Again, it's a situation of I understand why they do it, but it's still dumb. Mutants Not Allowed is just more of a... It's not really a modding community as much as it's just a general fan community for classic Fallout. Do any parents actually follow the age ratings? It depends. It's entirely an individual thing. I mean, I still put the ESRB ratings of any game that I'm covering, at least in terms of reviews and MTOs, in the video descriptions, so people know what they are, but I mean, it is what it is. A lot of mods for Fallout Tactics. But everything changed when the Fallout TV show attacked. To use an older meme at this point. Now, where am I going? I don't even know where I'm going anymore. Let's go up this way. JRPG and an ARPG. Again, we don't call these ARPGs. This is not an ARPG. This is a loot and click, because that is exactly what you do. Essence of Hermes Sandal. Got another upgrade item there. Some beads of proficiency. I imagine none of these items are going to be particularly useful for me. Nope. Of course not. That's a Shrine of Healing. Too bad I can't use it on the demon boss enemy. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Ow. Oh, we got more boar hide. And since I already got the one upgraded to maximum, I have to start a new one. Don't worry, in Season 2 they'll deliver the Platinum chip. Ugh. I shudder to think how awful Season 2 is going to be. That said, I will not even be hate-watching it, so there is that. I believe we should be coming up on Delphi here soon. Theoretically, anyway. Let's see, anything useful? Nope, of course not. Nothing useful over here either. Don't mind me just having to carve my way through a bunch of angry cat girls. And now we're actually in Delphi. Or at least the outskirts of it, or something like that. Essence of the Valor of Achilles. Alright, now we're actually in Delphi.
They first to come here, thinking that the god Apollo would protect his own temple from the monsters. Oh, we protect it. Good warriors have fallen, and no meteor.
You
no
saw the
elf
Twisted
has
Metal
come
TV
down
show.
from the
They went
heavens to strike our enemies.
more grindhouse style. I can see that.
Last night was the worst. So many of them came.
The XP bar has... It doesn't feel like it's moved very much. I mean, experience to next level is about 21,000 right now.
But we held out.
I did level up once already, though.
The temple still stands unmolested.
Alright, so we are now officially in the city of Delphi, which is the largest settlement we've been to thus far.
Speak through me.
Oh,
the
that
greatest
guy again.
mortal warrior.
Alright, you have a quest.
Satyrs attacked Delphi. My husband was quick to take sword against the beasts. He and a few others fought bravely, but were soon outnumbered. Stranger, I've seen him in my dreams. He told me he cannot cross the river Styx to Hades until his death is avenged. And he said his killer was part boar and part man. He said the beast hides underground, somewhere around Parnassus.
So now we have to go slay a beast in Parnassus. Yay! More quests to clobber things in the face. Speaking of, I still haven't found this. I'm about to complete this, I think. And I never did find the shipwreck that I was supposed to find much earlier.
Be as the mouse, set aside provisions. That's
Let's see here. Valor of Achilles. And Hermes.
safe journey.
Okay, we now have a full Valor of Achilles.
Ah, another traveler with goods to store.
Just drop these off here.
Apollo's smile on you.
Seeker, we thank you for your questions shall be answered, traveler, and the great oracle.
Alright, now we're gonna go visit the Oracle of Delphi.
Seeker, you have come for a prophecy. Since Leonidas sent you, and you are a worthy supplicant, I shall channel Apollo's prophecy if he wills it. Wait. Wait. I, the Oracle of Great Apollo, am having a vision. The Ancient Ones emerge and run in chaos's full eruption. An evil band in every land, delighting in destruction. What seems shapeless, formless, and faceless, their Great One is releasing. So to enslave both god and knave, their sorrows thus increasing. Who is man to stay the hand of those the gods can't better, and a hero yet takes the bet to break the evil's fetter. 3 lights of hope to help you cope. 1 south in sand and wonder. 1 to the east, defeat the beast, and tear their plan asunder. The final light will mark the fight, where you must face your fear. A door ajar, you travel far, and yet you find it near.
Well, that text was much faster than the actual voice. So does Twisted Metal count as an arena shooter, as fast-paced, focused on level-based weapon pickups? No, I consider it just a vehicle combat game. It may include arena shooter elements, but it's definitely a vehicle combat game.
You, warrior, are not what you seem. You came here to discover the source of these monsters. Nearby in the foothills of Parnassus lie the Parnassus Caves. Travel through these caves, and on the far side, you shall find your answer. I have given my prophecy. Now seek the cave in the Parnassus foothills, through which your destiny lies.
So, what she's saying is that I need to go to a cave and watch out for Draugr. It's Skyrim all over again.
Apollo guide you, seeker.
Let's see, what did I get from that? I got an extra 5% permanent fire resistance. I mean, that's nice. Okay, let's see what this guy has for sale.
Potions, greaves, bows, helmets of all kinds. Oh, can I help you?
This has a bonus to all pets. By the way, I did find out what this this slot here is for. It is for artifacts. An arena car combat game, yep. Welcome, Maxwell. You have arrived as we have just arrived in Delphi. And now I need to buy more healing potions. Let's see here. Whoop. There we go. Shift click. There we go. 100 regular health potions. And then a bunch of regular energy potions. I'm going to go ahead and actually just sell the lesser potions because they don't really help me anymore. I am finally at the point where I can just focus entirely on regular potions.
Bye then.
Let's see, what are you? A mystic.
The transfer of knowledge bears a high price.
Ah, skill reallocation. You can pay to have your skill points shifted around, and I'm not going to do that.
May destiny teach you greatness.
Okay, we have the Delphi portal now. What are you?
Welcome, welcome. How can I help you?
Place a formula here. Do I even have any formulas? I don't think I do.
Honored to do business.
I sell to the wise and powerful. Are you sure you should be shopping here? Bye.
An amphitheater.
Sorry, only actors backstage.
this really is the kind of game where I just wish the developers did more than just make a mindless loot and click kind of game. Because, I mean, you look at this game and how good the visuals can be, and just the attention to detail and the environments and such, and it tells you that this could have been something really cool and special, and instead it's just, I mean, it's just this. If I ever Redux Skyrim, play the definitive edition on PS3 with its exclusive dynamically changing frame rate. I mean, the PC version's like that too. Even if you're running it on totally modern hardware, Skyrim on PC still just has wild, wacky, out of nowhere performance problems. It's a mess. A lot of effort went into the same. Yeah, there was a lot of effort that went into this game. And then the developers of this, after Iron Lore ended up closing down, went on to make Grim Dawn. And apparently Grim Dawn, as far as this kind of game goes, is supposed to be pretty good, but I haven't played it myself. I don't have a copy of it, so... But, there is actually supposed to be a sequel to this in the works, but I don't really know who's making it. And apart from it just being announced, there hasn't really been any news. So I have no idea what the current status of it is. Sacred Diablo 1 and 2 and so on, yep. I mean, I kind of have the feeling of if I play one game of this type, I've kind of played them all. At the very least in terms of just general mechanics. But, then there's things that just kind of come out of nowhere and end up doing weird and wacky things. Like, I don't know if it... most of you probably never heard of the game Prince of Qin. That's spelled Q-I-N, by the way. It's Chinese. It's a game kind of like this, but it manages to be very amusing in the sense that it has really bad voice acting, and the translation's not very good, and it doesn't explain itself very well. And it's just generally janky to the point of being... I'm... what's the word I would use to describe Prince of Qin? Kind of an endearing mess, I guess is the best way to describe it. I mean, the lead character, the main character you play as is Fusu. And one of the first things you run into is a huntress named Zhao Qian, who's just practicing archery in her backyard, and Fusu looks at her and goes, "Ah, a master of kung fu." It's like she's just shooting a stationary target. I don't know why she would be a master of kung fu, just shooting a standard standing target, but whatever. Okay, this is the Cave of Parnassus. Let's see here. Thematically, it looks interesting, but you don't think you can get into the Diablo gameplay? Yeah. I mean, the main reason I'm able to keep going in this thing is because y'all are distracting me enough from the tedium. Let me put it that way. And now we're fighting Ratmen, because of course we are. Have I ever played God of War? No. I have the, I have all the older games in the series, and I have the first one that was released for PS4, but I have not gotten around to it. And part of me just wants to wait until it goes on sale for really, really cheap on PC, because I don't like playing games on my PS4. My PS4 has been basically gathering dust for quite a while now. Speaking of mess, heard about the Fallout 4 update. Yeah, every single Fallout 4 update breaks all kinds of stuff, and this one adds basically nothing. It's... It was, I guess, kind of decent, kind of a decent update if you were on console, but for PC players, it was just completely pointless. In fact, the widescreen support that they supposedly added for ultra-wide monitors and such, it's just terrible. It just stretches everything. It looks awful. Remember another game you played in this genre that you recall being pretty good called Victor Vran? I've messed around a bit with Victor Vran on my Steam Deck, and I didn't particularly care for it either. This was too much like Diablo for you, just with a different theme. Carpal Tunnel Click Fest Simulator. I mean, at the very least, unlike the original Diablo, it lets you click and hold. So there's that. Remember, in the original Diablo, you had to click literally every single time you wanted to attack something. It was awful. Archery is one of the finest aspects of Kung Fu, clearly. I think Bethesda would embrace modding more, it being the sole reason anyone plays those games. I mean, they do, but they don't. They can't embrace it too much because the modding community just upstages all the garbage that they do. But they do embrace the modding community somewhat. I have to pop a healing potion there. Okay, get this armor. See how am I doing on space? Doing okay. Arachnoid enemies, my favorite. VR should be the next step for the Creation Engine. They've already done VR in the Creation Engine. Fallout 4 and Skyrim both had VR versions. And they were pretty predictably awful. Oh, we leveled up, finally! After I beat these guys to pieces, I can open this chest here. And let's take a look at our stats and see what we want to bump up. Let's go ahead and bump up Dexterity. And then for abilities... I'm going to put a point each into the actual mastery ratings there, and then I'm going to put a point into, let's see, I'm going to put a point into... Let's do another point in distortion wave. At least they embrace modding, unlike Rockstar and unlike Capcom, who seems to think that mods are evil and should be destroyed. Because Capcom are idiots like that. Let's see here. Yep, still can't use most of this stuff. Try to organize that a bit better. You only play over the mods, especially Fallout 4, which introduced you to the series. Oof. But then you played New Vegas and your eyes were opened. Yep. It has that effect on people. Something tells you Bethesda won't make it anymore. It's hard to say. I don't think they could endure another Starfield level fiasco. As long as Elder Scrolls 6 comes out and isn't just terrible like Starfield was, then they'll probably be okay. I mean, Microsoft certainly won't close them down like they did Arcane Austin for one game messed up. But actually, to be fair, they didn't close down Arcane just because of one game messing up. They closed them down because, well, let's be honest here. Arcane Austin was a pathetic shadow of its former self at absolute best right now. So... Fallout exemplifies how badly art can be corrupted when the art is abandoned for profits. That is true. The only reason you played RE2 and 3 remakes is the first-person mod was available for them. Huh. I figured you would want to play them because they actually make Resident Evil 2 and 3 vaguely playable. Because if you've ever tried to play the original Resident Evil games, they are, they're not good. I mean, I like the original Resident Evil because it is one of those so bad it's just hilarious kind of things. Like, it's a terrible horror game. It's not remotely scary in the slightest. But it is, however, extremely campy, and the voice acting is so bad you can't help but laugh at it. Alright, how we doing here? Can't wait for Elder Scrolls 6 to be completely written by AI. It would probably be an improvement over whatever Emil shits out. Let's put it that way. I can actually still pick that up. I barely have enough room in my inventory for it. What about this stuff? I think we need to go back to town and sell our junk. We are about halfway through the Greece section of the game now, so there is that. It's something. It's not much, but it's something.
What is it?
Try to replenish all of our money here. We can sell those lesser healing and energy potions because they are worthless to me now.
Okay, bye.
Genuinely shocked that Elder Scrolls 6 is not called Skyrim 2. I mean, it wouldn't make much sense for them to do that unless it was set in Skyrim, considering that even people who aren't normally hip to the Elder Scrolls series and such like that kind of understand the naming convention. So there is that. Glad the chat is filled by like-minded people such as yourself. Well, yeah. Welcome to my channel. The folks who tend to stick around tend to be relatively like-minded, at least when it comes to what they feel about game quality. If Starfield was called Fallout 5, it would review better. I doubt that very highly. Closest you've played to a Diablo-like game is Borderlands. You found it extremely boring and unfunny. That's because it is extremely boring and unfunny. I mean, Borderlands 2 in particular got really, really bad with the supposed humor, but even the first game just wasn't funny. The second game, on the other hand, introduced the absolutely stellar level of humor called Butt Stallion, and seemed to think that that was absolutely hilarious. And then they continued on with characters that just spoke entirely in all caps, and that was just kind of how it went. It's like they set out to make the game painfully unfunny. They succeeded brilliantly at that, if that's what they were trying to do, but if they were trying to actually be funny, then, well, catastrophic failure there. You got into Elder Scrolls by playing Oblivion, then eventually played Arena. You finished it? Yeah. Finishing Arena is an achievement. Because it takes a lot of patience to get through that thing. Then played Morrowind. Yeah. Morrowind was great about that kind of thing. Just being able to mess around with the game and find all manner of things that just worked, even though they probably shouldn't. And things that just broke the game all the time. A lot of the fun of Morrowind is just figuring out ways of breaking the game. Because you can always do it in very silly ways. Way to make me feel old, Michael. As if I needed any more of that. I got reminded today that Fallout 4 came out. It'll be 10 years ago as of next year. It's just, ugh. And Elder Scrolls Arena will be celebrating its 30th anniversary this year, too. Ugh. But, yeah. Anyway, glad you like the videos and such there, Michael. And, hey there, definitely not me. Welcome. Seen better humor from SpongeBob point-and-click games, yeah. I don't even like SpongeBob either, but it's way funnier than friggin' Borderlands is. Well, Essence of the Golden Fleece, that'll be potentially useful somewhere down the line. Don't apologize. I get reminded of the passage of time every day, so don't worry about it. Yeah, Fallout 4 came out in 2015. Or was it 2014? One or the other. I'm pretty sure it was 2015, so. Actually, let me check real quick. Give me just a moment here. Alright, Fallout 4 released on November 10th of 2015. Yep. So yeah, almost a decade ago now. It'll be a decade next year. And I unfortunately kind of get reminded of it every year because it released on my birthday. He broke this rib and had to make a potion remedy. Yeah, I mean, breaking things in Bethesda games is always entertaining. It is weird to think about stuff like that, isn't it? That, you know, people you know within your lifetime potentially are from completely different eras. So you use the Golden Fleece to destroy the Kraken while riding Pegasus. I mean... Uh-oh. We got a Shrine of Experience. We gotta buckle down and get those experience points. And make it snappy, because... let's just say... That particular enemy looks kind of nasty. So we'll deal with these guys first. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Yep, we got us a Turgox Man-Catcher. Interesting. Well, we took care of him. Essence of Archimedes Mirror. Very cool. I don't know. Actually, I don't know about very cool, but it's a thing. Zactyl Etherweb. Okay. Just clobber this dude. Let's see what we got here. More money. Ring of Ability. You ever stop and think about just how heavy carrying around, I don't know, 202,000 gold pieces is? Coins are not light. Especially not in that amount. Do I celebrate my birthday alongside Fallout 4? I mean, do I celebrate my birthday or do I just suffer? That's the better question. Have I seen Tim Kane's videos? I have seen some of them. I haven't really kept up with them all that much, but I have seen some of his videos. When he starts talking about the development process, that stuff is actually, that's all very interesting. I will say he's full of shit on the Fallout TV series, though. Where are all my health points going? Ow! Oh, there's a boss enemy there. Okay, that explains why I'm taking so much damage.
Need more energy.
So much damage. Jeez. Okay, I'm getting very tired of you stealing my energy. You're making it very difficult to actually do anything useful. There we go. That's more like it. We got a siphon. Let's see, what is siphon? Siphon is a staff. It's a pretty good staff, in fact. One that I cannot use. Diablo 2 was your first game where you didn't even die once, even though you played as an assassin? Well, okay then. Why do I want to do a redux of this game if I don't enjoy it? Well, a couple of reasons. The first of them is just that I'm stubborn, and I feel like every one of my old reviews needs to be redux at some point. Prior to the quality standards improving on the channel, I should say. And part of it is because I actually got a review copy of the Anniversary Edition, along with the Ragnarok DLC, so I feel obligated to do a video on them in some capacity.
Your inventory is full.
Specifically just the Anniversary Edition and Ragnarök, though. I had to buy Eternal Embers and the Atlantis expansions myself. Also, back when I did my original video, I did not have Immortal Throne. And in the time since then, I did pick up a copy of Immortal Throne, so... Let's see here. None of these items are particularly good. So we need a completed Essence of Artemis's bowstring, a pristine plumage, and a turtle shell, and 75,000 gold, and we can make an amber flask, which is a lesser artifact that gives us a few nice things. Interesting.
Okay,
Well, let me go ahead and let's see, where's the... Trying to figure out where I'm going here. By the time I redux all those videos, I'll have to redux the current ones as well. Nah.
Be as the mouse, set aside provisions. That's Hessia.
Let's see. Okay, Essence of the Golden Fleece, that's good. Do I thought I had one of Archimedes' mirror. Maybe not. I guess not. Oh well. Well, at least I can complete the Golden Fleece one here. And then just put this back in there. I'm going to go ahead and put that in there too. And sure, I'll put the staff in here too. Why not? You get to celebrate your birthday with Les Claypool's first solo album. Came out on the exact same day and year. Oof. What do I think about games like Pokemon? I don't like them. I never really did get the whole Pokemon craze. I tried them out back in the day. We're talking the red and blue days, and I just found them really boring. And so I just never could get into them. Although I am messing around with something that is fairly close to them, in the sense that I've been messing around with a game called Moonstone Island, which is kind of a combination of Pokemon-esque creature capture elements with farming sim type elements in the vein of stuff like Stardew Valley and such. It's a weird game. But I've been messing around with that lately, so I'll probably do a video on that soonish. Better Redux Neverwinter Nights already. I plan on doing a Redux to Neverwinter Nights. The problem is that I have so much content to cover now. Because I gotta cover the original Neverwinter Nights, and then Shadows of Undrentide, and then Hordes of the Underdark, and that covers Redux content, stuff that I've already made videos on way back when that were terrible videos. And then after that, I have all of the premium modules to cover, and that just takes a long time. And then, of course, with Neverwinter Nights 2, I didn't have the Storm of Zahir expansion back when I did that, my videos on that, and honestly, I wasn't really all that fair to Neverwinter Nights 2. Particularly Mask of the Betrayer. So I definitely need to go back and take another look at those and reassess. I think I just wasn't really in the right mental space at the time of messing around with Neverwinter Nights 2 and Mask of the Betrayer especially to really... For Mask of the Betrayer, at least, to really click, so maybe in hindsight I can actually appreciate it more. We'll see. Essence of Dionysus wineskin. Okay. Yeah, Diablo 1 is not messing around. That game is not even slightly easy. Diablo 2, from what I understand, is far easier, but that also probably tracks with how boring it was for me. So there's that. Have I ever considered reviewing one of my favorite old games, Hong Kong 97 or Cheetah Men 1? No, not really. Maybe review those games as an April Fool's. I mean, they would be appropriate for April Fool's, but I've got other stuff kind of in the pipeline for April Fool's, and more importantly, Hong Kong 97 actually never released, so you can't really get it. At least not legit, let me put it that way. And, like, even the likes of Angry Video Game Nerd was just... He wasn't actually messing around with the game at all. He was just reacting to video of it, so... And I'm not really a reaction channel, so there's that. But, as for Cheetah Men, it's just kind of unobtainium, but I have other ideas for April Fools. Let's see. Been listening to any good music lately? You've been on a Megadeth and Primus binge lately. I wouldn't necessarily consider Megadeth to be good. If I'm in the mood for them, they're okay, but they're not exactly... Well, let's put it this way. They're no Rammstein or Judas Priest or Black Sabbath or anything like that. Let's put it that way. Okay, just dealt with all those guys real quick. Don't compel me to do the modules. Well, that's just it. I'm compelling myself to do the premium modules. Because I never got a chance to mess around with the premium modules back in the day, and I want to know how they are. You gotta remember that I don't just make videos on the channel to help other people make purchasing decisions. That's a big part of it, don't get me wrong, but a lot of what I do on the channel, for particularly stuff that I've just never really messed around with, or stuff I've never heard of, or things like that, is just that I'm curious and I want to know how it is. So in the case of the premium modules, I just want to know how they are. So if I'm going to be messing around with them anyway, I might as well cover them in the video along with it. So, along with the main expansions and such. And they're all official content, so I mean, I might as well go ahead and cover them so that you can make better purchasing decisions based on those premium modules as well. recently picked it up again after 20 years. Your English wasn't good enough back then. I can get that. If it makes you feel better, I was having to read Kafka way before I was comfortable doing so and I was having to read it in German way before I was more comfortable doing so in German. So way before I was really able to appreciate it in German, let me put it that way. Speaking of, I do have a couple of actually, I have a fair few non-English games in my collection. I should try messing around with those on the channel at some point. Like, I have a few German copies of a few games, but most of those have options for English text and such, so it's not really a big deal. But a couple of them I do have that are they're just straight up German versions that don't have any English in them. I have a few Japanese copies of things, of course. Mostly because it's way cheaper to get a lot of those Japanese console games than it is to get North American ones. And of course, some of the games I have just were never released outside of Japan. But then one of the other oddities in my collection, I have a Swedish copy of Black and White 2. Like, why Swedish? I don't know. But when I picked it up in the store, that's what it was. It was a Swedish copy, and I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time. I was just more concerned that it was a copy of Black and White 2. And I happened to be in the game shop at the time and looking at other stuff, and there was a copy of Black and White 2, and I'm like, ooh, well, I better grab this. And so I grabbed it, and upon further inspection, it's a Swedish version. So. Okay, these guys are doing a lot of damage. And they appear to have lifesteal, which is not cool. Let's see, we should have some... Oh, we don't have any goodies over there. Okay, well. That was kind of a worthless clear. Have I tried the new RimWorld DLC? Not yet. I need to get a copy of it when I have some extra money. Well, let me deal with these guys real quick and I'll go back to chat. By the way, I don't know if anybody's really noticed, but most of the enemies I'm fighting in this game are much higher level than me. See, you picked it up last year or 2 years ago. Couldn't force yourself through the base game. I will be fair. The base game of Neverwinter Nights, it's not bad necessarily, but it is very slow. And more importantly, it's slow, and it's also just kind of mid as far as the campaign itself goes. So, I can totally understand people not really liking the campaign of Neverwinter Nights. But you gotta remember that Neverwinter Nights 1 is way more than just its individual campaign. They did certainly make the campaigns much better in the expansions. I'll give it that, though. And yeah, the hour count on Neverwinter Nights gets pretty ridiculous. I left Diablo 1 mid playthrough and finished somewhere around 2018. Yeah. Yeah, Hong Kong 97's extremely short loop of really annoying music. You fool! It is now stuck in your head. Woe be upon ye. Did BioWare move all the good writers to KOTOR during Neverwinter Nights development? KOTOR came out... Let's see... Yeah, it came out the following year. I don't know what they did with that, actually. Because, I mean, Neverwinter Nights was in development for quite a long time. So, probably after the writing in Neverwinter Nights was done, they moved those guys over to KOTOR. But I'm not 100% sure. Is Hong Kong 97 actually a game that was made in the 90s? It's, I actually don't know all that much about Hong Kong 97. It's definitely an unofficial game. And from what I understand, it was made as a sort of joke or protest or something like that. And, well, the rest is kind of history there. Oh, we got desecrated dead now and zombies. I don't know why the undead here are affected by poison. They shouldn't be. But then again, we're not going strictly on D&D rules here or anything, so there's that. Megadeth has been better than anything Metallica's brought out in the last few years. I mean, yeah. Metallica just, they basically sold out and then they just stopped really caring. Alright, we leveled up again. It only took forever. Gotta watch those noxious clouds that these zombies leave behind. Why is my right click not working? Weird. Starfield reminds you a lot of like the first Mass Effect, but with Mass Effect had a far more interesting setting and companions. I guess I can kind of see that. But only in very, very superficial ways. Saying it could have been decent if they didn't use that particular shit. I don't know about that. Do I think mobile will eventually drive console and PC to near extinction? Nah. It's a different market entirely. People were always saying back in the day that console was going to kill off PC, and it never did. Because it's a different market, so... What about zombies do I not like? They're boring. They're really, really, really boring. And completely overused. You know, I keep forgetting right now that I have a level up ready to go. I should probably get that level up sorted out, but I feel like knocking some sense into these skeletons first. Clear out the area first and then deal with my level up. Alright, now let's sort this level up out real quick. I'll go ahead and put a couple of points into strength. Let's see what we got to sift through here. Yeah, there's nothing particularly good. What is that? Need more strength to use that. That would be nice to have, though. Let's see here. Isn't there auto gold pickup? No, there isn't, as far as I'm aware anyway. Let me check. Let's see here. General. Nope, there is not auto gold pickup. Auto gold pickup wasn't really a thing until, from what I remember, Torchlight, which came out the year after this game, actually, so... Should play Alice Cooper's Poison. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's a good song. I really like that song, but I wouldn't really like it if that song played on my stream here and got the whole stream copyright struck or whatever. That would not be cool. Any good Lord of the Rings RPGs? I'm not entirely sure, because there are a few Lord of the Rings games that are kind of styled like RPGs, but I don't really know if they actually are RPGs or not. I actually have them. There's just Lord of the Rings, and then Lord of the Rings Part 2, The Two Towers. I don't know if they ever made a third one off the top of my head, but these were games for DOS. And they remind me a lot of the Gold Box games in terms of how they look and kind of play. But I don't know if they're actually RPGs or not, so I'd have to look further into them. Like I said, I have copies of them. I just haven't really gotten around to messing around with them yet. So, hard to say. Oh, we got us another... Wait, Rotbone. I thought we already dealt with Rotbone before. He's undead, I guess. Whatever. Let's see here. Okay, activate my aura ability. And just start clobbering. There we go.
You have no more room.
Oh, we need to go back and sell some stuff. Let's see here.
You're no monster. Oh, fake Olympus. You should have seen them. A whole army of the monsters.
Fall New Vegas knew how to handle enemies' health by not turning them into bullet sponges. You say that, but they can be very bullet spongy too.
Part of the camp. Whatever you do, stay away. They'll turn you to stone. I saw it happen.
Oh goody.
Think you came along.
We have Gorgons now, apparently. Lord of the Rings Online it's not really a role-playing game, it's an MMO. Bought the game on mobile to play, and it's implemented there. Huh. That's interesting. I don't know why it wouldn't be in maybe it's a setting somewhere? I don't know. I mean, let's see here. I mean, I can try that and see if that makes any difference.
You can't carry anymore.
I don't think it does. Let's see, now that just allows me to switch that back on or off. Oh, I'll figure it out eventually. I heard the cover of Poison in the style of Rammstein. Yeah, it's that Finnish guy, right? He's done Poison, and he's also done Every Breath You Take, among other things. You know, these are just better than what I'm currently using. Let's equip those. You know, I'm going to hang on to this helmet just for the time being, because I get one more point of strength. It reminds me, I need to bump this up. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's see here. Let's put a point into defense mastery. And a couple points into trance of empathy. But yeah, that cover in the style of Rammstein it's pretty friggin' awesome. Never getting off Rot Bones Wild Ride. No! Not Rot Bones Wild Ride. Anything but that. Yeah, Aragorn's Quest. Aragorn's Quest is really more of an action-adventure game, though. Bergenstein. Yeah. Yeah, Bethesda has no idea how to balance anything out without just turning everything into obnoxious damage sponges, but Obsidian did a better job at that. The problem is that they were still working within the confines of the creation, or not creation, it wasn't even the creation engine at that point, it was still Gamebryo. They were still working within the confines of what Fallout 3 was able to do, so there's only so much they could do with it. Do I like Sabaton? Abso-friggin-lutely. Sabaton is great. And if you haven't seen the Sabaton History series, that's also quite good too. that has... oh, jeez. That's not good. That did a lot of damage. Trying to lure these guys out because they're faster. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage that I can't return in kind. I am barely doing anything to this guy. He is 5 levels higher than me. He keeps stunning me almost every single time he hits me, too. Jeez. So much damage. At least I have a ton of potions. You know, it's really irritating that there's not like a stun resistance stat that I'm aware of. Because almost every time he's hitting me, he's stunning me. Which is just obnoxious. But we almost got him here. There we go. All that for a pretty crappy double axe. However, I do have this much nicer helm now, so there's that. You had to leave. Well, thanks for tuning in there, Bro Dater. See you later. Definitely loot filter, not show you broken and common items. Yes, there is. Let's see here. Loot filter. Filter common. There we go. Well, it should say filter common. Okay. Why is it not working? Or maybe it is. Oh, okay. There we go. I see what's going on there. Let's see here. It's not all that much more useful. Or really at all. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to switch weapons there. Enable automatic pickup. Seems yeah, PC version doesn't have it. Not sure why the PC version doesn't have it, but it doesn't. Which song is my favorite? I assume you mean Sabaton song. It's kind of a toss-up between a few of them. I mean, I don't want to sound too normie to say something like, you know, Winged Hussars or and things like that, but probably Attack of the Dead Men. I'm also pretty fond of the, let's see, what is it? A Lifetime of War. Both versions of A Lifetime of War are really good. Both the English and the Swedish. By the way, this aura that I have equipped has damage reflection, which is why it is so good. And why I probably should be leveling it up far more quickly than I am. Okay, let's see here. Tell you what, I'm going to fill up the inventory here, and then after I do that, I'm going to head back to town and sell junk. And then I'm going to take a quick break after that. Just grab something to drink and get them stretch and things like that. So let me go ahead and go through this process here. Got a Frostbite Shrine, which I'm probably not going to get any use out of here. Oh, they're just absolutely clobbering me here. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, we're still not full up. You cannot escape. You think your ranged attacks will help you? They will not. There we go. None of them dropped anything good, though. That's annoying. Let's see here. Let's see here. You think there is stun resistance? Let's see, second tab of the inventory. Let's see. And there's physical resistance. Let's see here. There's disruption resistance. No, there is stun resistance. Okay, yeah. Thanks for letting me know. Throwing Knife of Destruction, very creative. Yep. Fallout 1 is quite a short game, if you think about it. Yeah, it is. And yeah, Fallout 2 is it's a noticeably different game. So, not in a bad way necessarily, but it is noticeably different. And you're off to watch Shogun. Yeah, I watched some of Shogun. It's pretty good. I hope you enjoy it. Thanks for tuning in. For you, see, Final Solution, Ghost Division, Rise of Evil, Panzerkampf, all very good choices. When it comes to Sabaton, you can't really go wrong. And you're just hard-pressed to find songs they made that aren't just good. Why you no whack? Nobody's dropping anything that's worth picking up. I'm trying to fill up my inventory so I can get back to town and sell my junk and then take a quick break. The game is not cooperating. That's kind of the problem, though. Fallout 2 is... they went a bit too far on the jokes and the references. And that just kind of wears on you after a while. You play with Restoration Project. Yeah, it's kind of like with the KOTOR 2 Restoration Project. There was barely anything for them to work with, and they still managed to pull out some really impressive work. So. The Sanguine Short Sword of Dexterity. Well, okay then. Okay. I'll go ahead and clear these guys out and then open up these chests. And then we can see about filling up the inventory. Alright. Alright, that's good enough for now. Let me go ahead and throw down the town portal. Head back. We'll head back to Delphi, I think. That way I can drop off the, let's see, was it this way? No, it wasn't this way. Well, first let me sell this junk.
All equipment is sold as is.
Let's see here. Oh, I'm going to hang on to that. It's slightly better than what I got. Okay, sell those potions because they're not very useful to me. Alright, now I gotta go figure out how to get back to this other guy here. Ah, here we go. so I can
Stores
combine
deep
stuff and then drop things off.
Farewell.
Okay, we got a complete one of the Bat Fang now, and we got one more to go on Dionysus Wineskin. Alright, just quickly check and make sure I don't have any skill points. Alright. And now I'm going to go ahead and save the game real quick. And I am going to go ahead and take a quick break. So I'm going to go get some stretching in and grab a drink. And then I will be back in a couple of minutes. So I will see you all in just a couple of minutes. Alright, I am back. Let me get the game pulled back up here. Facepalm hard when your party came across a portal and got transported back in time to Vault 13, and then you broke the water chip. Yeah. How fluent am I in Old English? Not at all. I can understand a fair bit of it, usually in context. But as far as trying to speak it or anything, no. I'm kind of the same way with Gothic and sometimes Old Norse and sometimes, well, actually most of the time with Latin. Most of the time with Latin I can understand it, but I don't have the formal knowledge to be able to actually speak it. But as for Old English or Anglo-Saxon, if you prefer, generally speaking, if I'm given enough, what the hell? Oh, yeah, there's two quick slot bars there. Don't know what happened. But if I have context and enough knowledge from usually German, then I can actually handle then I can actually understand the Old English being spoken or read or whatever. Yeah, we are now encountering Gorgons. They can turn normal people to stone. Mighty heroes like Dagna here, not as much. However, there are 3 rather powerful enemies here. So there is that. They can, however, kind of freeze me in place, which is really annoying. And they slow me down, too, which is also really annoying. And they keep healing. Okay, that's really irritating. Quit healing! Which one's the healer? You're the healer. Okay, I'm gonna have to take you out first, I think. Oh, maybe, possibly. If I can get healed up enough. And apparently they have a lot of damage over time effects too, so that's fun. Sorry, I'm not really paying much attention to the chat at the moment. But these enemies do a lot of damage, and I don't want to lose progress. So... Okay, that takes care of you. And now finally on to Medusa. Where do you think you're going? You think running away is gonna save you? Yeah, when it's just one of them, it's almost trivial. There we go, that's more like it. And I got the Hearts of Stone achievement, which is defeat the Gorgons. So let me pick up all the loot here.
I can't believe I let those Gorgons get the better of me. I won't make that same mistake twice. Have you heard of the Telkine? He is a great sorcerer who can summon beasts and monsters to raid and destroy. My village was attacked by a fearsome Telkine. Everyone was killed. Everyone but me. I tracked him here from the far east. I would have had my revenge too, if it hadn't been for those Gorgons.
Yeah, Greek mythology gets utterly bonkers.
By now that city will be under siege. If you
I'll get
wish
my
to see
1900
Telkine,
XP after
you better
taking
fight
3 of
him
them, yeah.
before I do. For
It's more like
I will
2,000 or
have
so
my
per,
revenge.
but anyway. So great when I have almost 38,000 to go to my next level. Let's see here. We do still have a bit of... Let's see here. You would think a big story boss fight like that, you'd get some really good loot, but nope.
Your inventory is full.
Oh yeah, Age of Mythology Retold is releasing this year. I wonder if they'll let me select a color to have my faction instead of just forcing me to play blue again. Alright. Let's see here. Okay, I'll be fair. This is actually pretty significantly better in terms of the stat boost than what I've got. But notice the armor there. So, required player level 3, and that gives me 32 armor. This other thing is required player level 11 with pretty high dexterity requirements, and it has 28 armor. Now, granted, armor is only part of the equation, but still.
Thank you, but goodbye. Thank you, but goodbye. I have
You have matters to attend to. Whatever. all this loot that's absolutely worthless because it's not even at uncommon level. A treacherous hunting spear of destruction. Well, okay then. You know, generally when you see the term geomancer, that means an earth mage, not a fire mage. Fire mages are usually pyromancers. Alright, now we can head out of this cave here. Yeah, I believe we should be coming up on Athens here fairly soon. Yep, Athenian Passage. I'm going to hang on to that, and then I'm just going to sell it.
Thank you.
Earth, here's a lot of lava-based spells. Yep. Actually, it's more like these are just straight up fire spells, not even lava spells. Ah, more centaurs. Lovely. Not sure why that wasn't coming up there. Let's see. Save the game real quick. Filter common. That was weird. The filters don't seem to be very, Oh, that's a boss enemy. No wonder I'm taking so much damage. It's a couple of boss enemies. No wonder I'm taking so much damage. That is a lot of damage all at once. That is a lot of damage all at once. There we go. Doesn't help this guy attacks like almost twice as fast as I do. A monstrous boar. Doesn't seem that monstrous to me, but whatever. Puddle of dangerous goop on the floor is the most lethal type of spell in this game. Yeah, it really is. And, you know, it's actually kind of funny if you think about it. How much this game would basically be trivialized with co-op. I mean, you can play co-op, of course. But, you know, as long as you have one person tanking and the other one dishing out damage from a distance, it basically makes the whole thing trivial. Let's see here. By the way, I still haven't dealt with these two quests. The Boar Man now hides in the Parnassus Caves. I went through the Parnassus Caves. There wasn't a Boar Man in them. What is this game talking about? Yeah, I don't know anybody who tried to play co-op with it either, but I mean, you can. Yeah, I went through the Parnassus Caves. There wasn't a Boar Man in there. At least not to my recollection, anyway. Want to play Titan Quest with me? No. That pretty much is how it goes, isn't it? Isn't the north side of the cave is really easy to miss? Well, I guess I'll have to go back and look at. I'm pretty sure I cleared out the entire Parnassus cave, though. Let's see here. Ornamented suit of life. Interesting. Still not really better than my Deathweaver's chitin, though. Have I seen the Halo movie or TV show? I have seen the animated movie. At least I think there was actually more than one animated movie, but I've seen at least one of them. I think it might have been Fall of Reach or something like that. It was, I mean, it was okay, I guess. But the TV show, no, I have not seen, but I have heard that it is atrocious. Which doesn't surprise me in the slightest. What am I doing on inventory here? Plenty of space. Oh, great. One of these guys again. Zerkos the Betrayer. I'm pretty sure it was the same guy as before. He attacks so quickly and does so much damage. So much damage. Ah! Seriously? Oh, jeez. This guy's ridiculous. The getting stun locked to death thing is just, it's not cool. It's not cool at all. And now I'm being chased by other undead. Yay! Finally, jeez. And what did he give me? A Falcata of Destruction. Such a great item. Okay, why am I picking up random crap on the ground? There we go. Oh. Let's see. You hitting the wrong buttons here.
You can't carry anymore.
Can I now? Nope, no I can't. Okay, never mind. And absolutely none of this is even slightly useful to me at all. It's just... it's so tiresome. Well, this potion will help me out if I can click on it. The eternal cycle of go back to town, sell junk, come back. Made Master Chief and angry and edgy. Yeah. Yeah, they, from what I can tell, they made it so that the running gag, I think, is that people refer to him as Jonathan Halo because they refuse to actually call him Master Chief. I still got plenty of healing potions. They fleshed out the character. Oh, they definitely fleshed out the character, from what I can tell. Another joke that's been going around is that he is now Master Cheeks. Diablo clone moment, yep. What is my favorite rifle? That is a good question. Purely subjectively, probably... What would it be, actually? Because when it comes to picking a favorite of something like a rifle, you gotta break it down into a couple of different categories of what you mean by favorite. Like, is it just something you personally like? Is it something you would rely on? Because you gotta remember that firearms at the end of the day are tools. And so, what one person might say is their favorite is entirely because, for example, they use it for hunting. And it just nets them the most games, so that's why they think it's their favorite. But in my particular case, I'm gonna go for more of a historical context. Because that's the kind of stuff I tend to find the most interesting, is the historical stuff. And if we go with that route, my favorite is the Winchester 1873. Which isn't technically a rifle. It's a pistol caliber carbine. But it is, after all, the gun that won the West. So, and I'm let's be honest, I'm a sucker for westerns. So, yeah, we leveled up. All right. Can put another. I can put points directly into health and energy, but there's no reason to. Let's put one into strength and one into dexterity, and now we can equip these Gorgon cuffs. Let's see here. That's just a straight up upgrade over our previous throwing weapon. Nope, we got us another Bat Fang. Then I can combine those. Get these open here. Ornamented Greaves of Life. Another Great Helm. Okay. Master is a no-no word. No, it's not. Master Chief is a specific rank in the military. Alright, I need to bump up the skills here too. I forgot about that. Let's see, let's bump up... Let's go ahead and just max out this Lucid Dream here. So now we just have a constant passive that gives us 28% extra physical damage, 45% electrical burn damage, and 45% vitality damage on any of our... I mean, it says any of our abilities that harness from our dream magic, which my main attack is, so... Alright, continuing on here. And I'll tell you what, as far as these quests go, I will see about going back and double checking them after the stream at some point, just to make sure I wasn't missing anything there. Because backtracking is... Yeah, just... The backtracking is not exciting or anything. Not really interesting. So... Oh, okay then. I apparently didn't click the button in time. How much progress was there today? We've leveled up 3 times. And we are on the way to Athens, so... We're actually getting relatively close to the end of the Greece section in the game. So we are actually making progress. It's just, you know, it feels really, really slow because, well, Diablo clone. Also because, well, the leveling takes forever in this game. We are currently, to get to level 16 is 91,186 experience. Also, these guys are doing tons of damage. that war horn ability is something you get as a if you have the attack specialization. It's pretty useful, but we are defense, not attack, because we wanted to be tankier, and we are definitely tankier. So there's that. Oh, I no longer have my aura ability. Forgot about that.
Hold on there. We've got a giant limos trapped here. Stay back. Whatever you do, don't go in there. Whatever you do...
Whatever you do, don't go in there. It's too dangerous.
Scouting party out to the Athenian swamps. They haven't returned.
It's the same level as me, though.
It seems as if every day.
I'm gonna go ahead and save the game real quick. I can probably take it. Okay, that's a lot of damage. And it has lifesteal, which is really irritating. Okay, that is quite enough of that. That is quite enough of taking around half of my hit points with every attack. Like, good lord. However, I can just cheese this, because why not? If the game won't play fair, then why the hell should I? Thoughts on post-punk bands such as the Chameleons or the Sound? None whatsoever. I have no idea what you're talking about. And he just keeps healing himself, which is incredibly obnoxious. I love how the Spartans here are supposed to be all mighty warriors and such, and they're sitting here doing nothing. There we go. That's more like it. And he dropped nothing. Thanks, game.
How did you do that? When you went in, I expected that limos to... Oh, my apologies. That thing injured 3 of our...
Oh, wow. 3,000 experience. That is so helpful when I need 83,000 to level.
Noble warrior.
This game. See, no skill points available. Okay. Head over here just to fill in the map a bit. Okay, I think it's time to head back to town and sell our junk. I'll go ahead and head back to Delphi. See, now we're getting close to Athens. So we actually are getting close to the end of Greece here, so... I don't think we'll quite make it to the end of Greece by the end of the stream today, though. I'm gonna head back to Delphi so I can sell stuff and then drop off these upgrade items.
If you don't like it, you can leave it. Good riddance.
Do you know Simonides? Fine poet.
Let's see here. No, don't have any, oh, we can use the torch now. And it is considerably better than this axe that we had. Not that I've been using ranged weapons anyway. Only 27 more quests like that and I can level up. Indeed. What is the game with the worst voice acting? Oh, there are so many games with terrible voice acting out there. Let's see. I mean, there are a lot of... you gotta remember, too, that there's different levels of bad voice acting. Because you have bad voice acting that is the result of really, really low budgets and developers not having native English speakers, for example, to do the voice acting for them. You end up with stuff like Men of War, for example, having hilariously awful voice acting. And then, of course, there's stuff like Gothic, or the original Gothic, I should say. They ironed that out more in later entries in the series. But, I mean, Prince of Chin has really awful voice acting, which is really entertaining. But it's awful voice acting in the sense of being kind of like a bad kung fu movie. So it's kind of endearing in how bad it is. Why am I not moving? Yeah, there we go. I don't know what was happening there. And then, of course, there's always some classic awful voice acting, like in, say, Resident Evil. Which, when they made the remake of the original Resident Evil, and everybody was acting like it was the best thing ever, honestly, I find the remake a lot worse than the original, and it's precisely because it doesn't have the hilariously awful voice acting. Oh, we got us a fancy bow. That's not helpful at all. The game keeps giving me things that are really not useful to me at all. It's quite annoying. Alright, get some more money here. Got another chest over here. Yeah, one of the worst things to ever happen to Resident Evil is that Capcom took it seriously. And they actually tried to treat it like a serious horror game franchise when it's never actually been a serious horror game franchise. Like, none of the games are actually scary. Not even in the slightest. They are, however, incredibly campy. But in the case of most of them, it's being played straight, so that the things that they're saying and doing are utterly ridiculous, but the games take themselves really seriously. And so do the developers. But then you look at the original Resident Evil, and it's exactly like a really, really awful, just ridiculous slasher flick. And that's precisely why it's fun. Because it certainly isn't the god-awful controls or the janky inventory management or the just the puzzle design or especially not the combat or anything like that. So okay, let's grab that. We can sell it. Get some more of that money, and then let's see here. 465 gold. So useful when we already have 411,000. That we aren't spending on anything. Let's see here. There's a mod for the remake that adds in the original voice acting. I mean, that sounds like a plan right there. Soviet campaign Operation Flashpoint has hilarious voices. I really need to get around to messing around with that. Although technically the one I have is Arma Cold War Assault. I mean, actually no. I'll be fair. I do have a copy of Operation Flashpoint, but I can't play it because the copy I have is just the game by itself, and so it doesn't have the installation key, so I can't actually install it and play it. So I have to rely on Arma Cold War Assault instead. So I know it's the same game, but I don't know if they changed that kind of thing or not. Exodus from the Earth is unbeatable in this regard. Yeah, Mega Man PS1 era were pretty terrible too. Let's see. Dubbed Polish movie. One guy's been dubbing every movie for the past 30 years and he's terrible. Yeah. RE4 nailed the tone of the series, and it went all shit with RE5 and 6. Yes, it did. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 is the only game in the series that I legitimately enjoy. And the only one that I will actually recommend to people. And it's precisely because it was the one that fully embraced just how campy the entire series actually is. Like, they understood exactly what the series was, and they just played to that strength. The utterly ridiculous nonsense. The clear tongue-in-cheek tone. They just absolutely nailed it. And then with RE5, I mean, it has ridiculous stuff in it, don't get me wrong. RE5 has stuff like Chris punching a boulder, which is hilarious. But it also takes itself pretty seriously apart from stuff like that. So it just ends up being kind of a mess. And then RE6, the less said about RE6 at the moment, the better. Save that for an actual review or something. Because, oh geez, that game is awful. I love how the boar are just leaving me alone. But the centaurs are all coming after me. Still got plenty of inventory space. Let's see, first few minutes of RE7 are decent creepy stuff, but after that it quickly descends into clarity. Well, we'll see what happens whenever I end up getting around to RE7. I do have a copy of it, I just haven't gotten around to it. Same with RE8, actually. Do not review Ancestors: The Humankind Odyssey. It's your Zelda 2, it will drive me insane. You have to unlock the ability to drop something while moving. Oh, jeez, that sounds horrible. You kind of gave up on the series when it comes to story. I mean, but yeah, none of the games have a good storyline because it was always just incredibly goofy, ridiculous, campy nonsense. And as long as the series is playing to that strength, like with what RE4 did, then that's fine, but it very rarely is actually playing to that strength. Oh, we got a new upgrade item, Demon's Blood. That is a Frostbite Shrine. Yeah, sure, we'll activate it. Why not? It's a bit of extra damage. Why not? So many random items. Sanguine Falcata, Essence of the Golden Fleece. That should get us another thing there. Artemis's Bowstring. Very nice. Let's see here. That leads into an ancient tomb. Maybe. There we go. The joys of taking tons of damage all at once from a lot of attackers. where's the plain old item there? Let's see here. None of these are just straight up better than what I was using.
You have no more room.
Worse controls than the early Assassin's Creed. The early Assassin's Creed games didn't really have bad controls.
Do you know Simonides? Fine poet.
Okay, let's see here. Artemis's bowstring. And golden fleece. Do I have another golden fleece? I do not. Okay. So we'll just stick that in there for the time being.
Apollo smile on you.
Go ahead and
Stores
combine those. And then for this stuff, let's see here.
Make light your weighty
Go
burden.
ahead and throw that in there.
Safe journey.
I think people like Ancestors of the Humankind Odyssey because it's different. It's a very, very different game than what people are really used to. So they're willing to put up with its, shall we say, shortcomings.
Good riddance.
Alright, just head back here. From what you saw, Village is also quite silly. It is quite silly from what I can tell as well, but it also seems to be taking itself fairly seriously as a horror game, so I don't know. Okay, we got another ring here, a couple of potions. As usual, the spellcasters are doing an awful lot of damage, and they are slowing me down, which is very annoying. Oh great, the zombie hero is summoning zombies. And he is just stacking damage. You know, now that I think about it, I really don't know how to improve my stun resistance in this game, other than I guess there's probably equipment that does it, but I don't know what equipment would do it. I certainly haven't run into any items that improve my stun resistance at the very least. Okay, let's just quickly check over our inventory here. Okay. You know, get the idea of survival horror making every enemy have giant pools of HP to make it more difficult. Yeah, that's what makes sense for a horror game, really. Not the damage sponges, just things that will just wipe you out a lot quicker. You think Defense Tree has some non-standard resistances? Some of the craftable artifacts do. Yeah, I know the artifacts have fairly potent stats, but you have to find a bunch of stuff to actually be able to craft them. And they're expensive. And this early in the game, they don't really offer that much benefit. So... Okay, nothing all useful. Alright, we've explored all this area. I guess we have to head over this way now. We should be getting pretty close to Athens, though, so... that's cool, I suppose. Just stacking that damage. Between the horn and the banner, just does a ton of damage. Let's see, some gold. Sildor Barbnet. His named status will not help him. Oh wow, a whopping 1,119 XP. Oh, we got a green item here. Outrider's Tunic. Let's see what that is. I mean, that's a pretty decent piece of armor. However, it doesn't really beat the significant bonus in strength I get from the other armor, so... Okay, what we got down here? A Buckler of Recovery. Archimedes Mirror, okay. Did not mean to pick that bow up. Ah, the joys of loot stacks. When they get so tall with the loot that you can't really tell what's going on there anymore. What's my favorite build system in electronic RPGs? I don't really think about builds. If you're talking about the concept of character builds, I really don't think about them all that much. I mean, generally speaking, when it comes to doing reviews, for example, I want to make sure that I can do something like a paladin-ish type build. As long as I can do something like that, then that's usually kind of my baseline for the whole experience. That or a basic sword and board type fighter. Obviously things are a bit different depending on whether you're playing a single-player game or not, though. Let's go ahead and throw this down here, and I'm gonna sell this stuff. And the reason why I don't hide the trash loot drops, because the loot filter options don't really work properly, from what I can tell. So I have to constantly cycle through them anyway, so I might as well just toggle them on or off, period. Okay.
Another traveler with goods to store.
Okay, we got Essence of Archimedes Mirror. We got Essence of Hermes Sandal. This should bump that up to a full one.
Long, O traveler. Make light your weighty burden, warrior.
Oh, we had another one as well. Let me go ahead and combine those, and then we can get the full Archimedes Mirror.
Be as the mouse, set aside provisions. That's Hessia.
Let's see here. Just gonna drop that off in there.
Apollo's smile on you.
Hands off the merchandise. Travel far, away from here.
The merchants in this game are they're just such assholes. They do not want you anywhere near where they're trying to do business. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you're there to do business, and they want to run you off. It's One of those weird quirks. Falcata of the Betrayer. What have we here? Okay, Falcata of the Betrayer. Nah, it's not better than what I got. Be good to sell, though. Let's see here. You enjoy some theory crafting? Yeah, I'm not an RPG mechanics kind of guy. I'm an RPG role-playing kind of guy. So even when I'm doing tabletops, for example, I've made it pretty clear to my players that I don't really care as much about the mechanics. I care more about character moments, role-playing, finding clever solutions to problems, things like that. And I am very willing to bend the rules of the, or even just outright break the rules of the tabletop as written in the book, as long as it will accomplish those goals, so. Oh, we got a magic item there. Or I should say an uncommon. See here. Oh, you're a min-maxer. Yeah, you would probably find my my tabletop games kind of insufferable because I don't really care about min-maxing. And if you do it, more often than not, I'm just going to find ways to mess you over anyway. In fact, I know it's some consider it bad form, but when I encounter min-maxers at my table, generally speaking, I will kind of go out of my way to annoy them. Not, you know, catastrophically or anything. I won't just stop what I'm doing to have rocks fall and Jerry the mage dies or something like that, but I will frequently start throwing the party into situations where the min-maxer doesn't actually have much of an advantage, if any at all, or is outright at a disadvantage. Although, to be fair, I do also have, there are also a few people in my usual groups that kind of min-max whether they intend to or not, which gets interesting. And sometimes I accidentally min-max things too. For example, I accidentally made a character in one game that was ridiculously powerful, and I didn't realize it until we got into a combat situation, and I got the full extent of all the adjacency bonuses that my character got for being next to another character with a synchronizing ability. And I found out that I was capable of one-shotting pretty much everything that the GM was throwing at us, so it was kind of awkward. But normally I don't end up doing that. A chilling carved staff. Ultimately not really useful for me, considering staves are intelligence-based items, and my character is not really an intelligence build. Best RPG campaign you ever played was on GURPS without dice and character sheets. GURPS is one of those systems where you can do pretty much whatever you want with it, but setup is kind of a living hell, precisely because of that. And the books are all written in a very old-fashioned style, so they're not easy to sift through. They're not really intuitive. It just gets rough. So, but yeah, GURPS is one of those systems where I want to like it, but I have a really hard time enjoying it because it is a very mechanically crunchy system under the hood. If you want to play it without dice, you can, but I don't know. It doesn't really work anywhere near as well as when it's very heavy on the numbers. But again, you can do pretty much whatever you want with it, so that's cool. I tend to prefer mechanical systems that are a lot less in-depth and crunchy.
How much has happened since I saw you last? I'm sure the
Oh look, it's Leonidas.
It's you again, still alive. I am lucky to be here myself. I thought we Spartans could stop this nightmare on our own. I was a fool.
I'm DM. I'm usually the DM because the systems I want to play, nobody seems to want to be DM for, so I end up being DM by default.
But I must be more than a soldier.
Evil GM. I mean, I can be very evil to my players if I want to be. Usually I'm not, but I'm generally what you would refer to as hard but fair. So I let the dice roll what may. Sometimes I will fudge things if it's appropriate, but pretty rarely will I do that. And I'm also the kind of guy who will have my players roll for stats and such. I really don't like point-buy systems very much. And yeah. I mean, there are a few point-buy systems I do actually like, but now we have officially reached Athens. That guy again. So now we are at what I believe is the biggest settlement in the Greece section of the game. I can't remember if the one after this is actually big or not, off the top of my head. Because I can't remember what the last one is off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I played this. So. But we've leveled up again. Let's see what we're up to as far as experience point requirements. It now requires 115,423 experience for me to level up. You select Goliath Barbarian with the Bear Totem in 5e. Yeah, fun fact, I actually have never played 5e personally. I have pretty much all of the books for it, but I've never actually played it. Because my groups usually would be running stuff like Pathfinder instead. Let's see. You recall I said Call of Duty World War II has some pretty bad German voice acting at some of the old cartoons. Oh, not just like cartoons or... I mean, that cartoonish caricature style of voice acting. So, like, when you think of movie bad guy voices, that's what I'm talking about. You're late to the party, Rochester, but you're always welcome here. So, big number go up, good ook ook. There was a
I beg of you, please, we need the Parthenon, the catacombs, the Telkin summit.
let's see.
What I'd like to know is why did they...
Let me see here and just sell this junk here. These Oracle's leggings. Let's see. So, interesting bit here. You see these Oracle's leggings. They have an attachment. They have different things here. So there's Oracle's garments. And then underneath that, it has Oracle's winding, vestment, leggings, and wreath. If we equip all 4 of those items, then that gives us a set bonus. However, this isn't gear that is tailored to me, so I'm probably just going to end up selling it, honestly. Let's see here. Let's see. Sure, why not? We now have a black tunic, because why not? Let's see here. You played 5e once and you hated it beyond belief. I mean, 5e, a lot of the strength of 5e is how quick and easy it is to learn to play compared to other D&D editions. It takes a very steady DM hand to really get the most out of 5e, from what I can tell. Just gonna put that in there for the time being. We'll figure out what to do with it later. But it needs a lot of house ruling, or at the very least some DM workarounds to really work well. And let's see, you hated 5e so much that you refused to play Baldur's Gate 3. Actually, Baldur's Gate 3 mechanically feels a lot closer to 3rd edition or 3.5. It's clearly based on 5e under the hood, but you get that kind of mechanical depth that you do out of, for example, the Temple of Elemental Evil. Only even more so. So I would actually recommend going ahead and giving Baldur's Gate 3 a try, because, believe it or not, it really doesn't feel like a 5e game mechanically. It sounds weird to say that, but it's true. It's there, don't get me wrong. And there is there are definitely 5e mechanics under the hood. And if you know how those work, then you will definitely be right at home playing it, but it doesn't feel like a 5e game mechanically, because 5e, unless your DM is really working at it, 5e is really more of a very simple system compared to most of the other ones. And Baldur's Gate 3 does not feel simple to play. So, take that for what it's worth. We
we are now at the Acropolis. Yeah, 5e Goliaths are... Well, Goliaths in general have always been very, very strong, powerful warriors, so... But it could be worse. Just remember that 2e clerics were hilariously overpowered to the point where they could basically do everything that paladins do, but better. Which didn't make any sense at all. They were actually better fighters than, if you statted them right, 2nd edition clerics were actually better fighters than paladins were. It was ridiculous. And of course, clerics could actually be alignments other than lawful good as well, so that affords its own benefits and such. You still miss 2nd edition, makes you feel old. I mean, 2nd edition was around for a long time. It didn't really get properly phased out until the early 2000s. And 1st edition, I think the big problem with A&D 1st edition is that the book is just really badly written. So it's just hard to follow. And that's a problem a lot of games from the 80s and early 90s have. They're just not very well written mechanically, so it's just hard to figure out exactly what they mean. Alright. We now have, let's see, the Order of Prometheus. Stop the monsters in the catacombs. Okay. We can do that. Level 1 of the Athens Catacombs. We are doing some proper dungeon crawling now. Insert Diablo fans saying something along the lines of, "The sanctity of this place has been fouled." Okay. More useless loot. You found Baldur's Gate 3 outright better than Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? Mechanically, I would definitely agree with you. Baldur's Gate 3 is mechanically a far, far superior game to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 play like crap, to be perfectly honest with you. those are games that are strong based on primarily their writing and how good they are at replicating the experience of playing a Dungeons and Dragons campaign on a computer instead of at the actual table. Like, they feel like proper D&D adventures, which is something that was very novel for the time they came out. Mechanical parts. And of course, apart from fighting demons here, I'm still the vermin exterminator of dealing with these giant cave bats. Oh, wrong item. Your internet choked again. Saying what about second edition? I didn't really say a whole lot about second edition, actually. Just that it didn't really get truly phased out until the early 2000s. Hey there, Churnish. I can't read that. Any other RPGs besides Wasteland that are like Fallout? There are a few. Arcanum is the one that immediately comes to mind. Precisely because it was made by some of the people who made Fallout. So very highly recommend Arcanum. It's a fantastic game. There's also stuff that was clearly inspired by it, like Underrail or Encased, and to a much lesser degree, stuff like The Age of Decadence or Colony Ship are definitely inspired by Fallout. But there's not a huge amount of... There's not really a lot of games that are really like Fallout, per se. Which is why it's so frustrating that Bethesda has just been continually destroying the franchise and turning it into mindless action games. But you're just way more likely to find games that are just heavily inspired by Fallout than actual Fallout-like games, for lack of a better way of describing it. Let's see here. Cleared out this level. Let's move on to the next level. There we go. Hold on a second. Did I forget to level again? I forgot to level again. I'll go ahead and put a couple of points into intelligence just so I can get a boost in my energy levels. And potentially be able to equip some other items there. But not a lot. We're not min-maxing here. Let's see here. Let's see. I add an RPG as well. Silent Storm isn't really an RPG, though, as far as I've seen. It's more just a tactics game. Yet Baldur's Gate and other games like it were really trying to capture the experience of an epic style D&D campaign. What is going on with that? What is happening there? I think what's going on is that there is... So it's trying to... Oh, geez. I have no idea what's going on with that rendering, but it's... I think what it's trying to do is that this is supposed to be sort of a ceiling, but it makes it look like it's a wall. That is rough. Let's see here. There's definitely not a lot of Bethesda-style Fallout clones. Ideally, an RPG balances simulation with story, or sandbox for a story. Yeah. From what I've played thus far of it, Baldur's Gate 3 does a very good job of that. I mean, it definitely has its issues, don't get me wrong. But it does a very, very good job of being a fairly simulation-forward game, but also clearly having a lot of emphasis put on the writing.
Your inventory is full.
Nope. Of course the inventory is full. Well, let's throw this down and go sell our loot. When it comes to Baldur's Gate 1, you never really thought much of the writing. I can see that, because if you take Baldur's Gate 1 in isolation, that's what you end up with. The thing is that I don't take Baldur's Gate 1 in isolation, and I don't take Baldur's Gate 2 in isolation. I think of them together as one big unit. That's not how I'm going to handle my videos on those games. I'm still going to have one video for Baldur's Gate 1 along with its expansion pack, Tales of the Sword Coast, and more recently its expansion, Siege of Dragonspear. And then the other video is going to be Baldur's Gate 2 along with Throne of Ball. But I generally think of the games as one cohesive unit, because you have Baldur's Gate 1 being part 1 of it, and then Baldur's Gate 2 being the second part, and without the two together, they're good, don't get me wrong, but they're made so much better by having them both together. Let's see, Loop of Endurance. I am going to equip that instead of Loop of Endurance. Sell these lesser potions. Where is the storage guy? He's over here.
By Hermes and Isis both, welcome. Athena guide you.
You have to go. Thanks for tuning in there, Michael. Hopefully you'll be able to tune in next time as well.
Redfall's yeah, Arcane Austin got closed down by Microsoft. Cannot say I'm surprised. Hasbro shafted Wizards of the Coast and Larry. Well, Hasbro owns Wizards of the Coast, so there's not really a shafting going on there. That's just they own it. They've owned it for a long time now, and they're basically just one and the same at this point. And it's not like Wizards of the Coast is innocent of everything either. Okay, these guys are doing quite a lot of damage. The healing take place there. There we go. That's more like it. Downsizing Bethesda and ZeniMax is hardly... Yeah, that's exactly what they've been doing. With taking down Tango Gameworks as well, and that studio that did the mobile games. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. That's exactly what they've been doing. They've been downsizing Bethesda because Bethesda had expanded way too quickly, of course, because every big publisher and developer and such expanded too quickly over the past several years. And now the bill's coming due for that, and, well, we've been seeing how that's been going. It hasn't been going well. Alright, let me grab this Shrine of Experience, because more experience points is always a very good thing in a game like this, where it takes now hundreds of thousands of XP to level up, which is ridiculous. Trying to go down here and get more out of this experience point boost. Well, maybe. There we go. An ornamented suit of reprisal. When it comes to BioWare, you enjoyed Baldur's Gate 2, but you always like Mass Effect, Dragon's Age, Origins Phase more. Yeah, well, I can understand that. And you got to remember, for BioWare, Baldur's Gate 1 was basically their first game. They were still learning everything. Same goes for Baldur's Gate 2. They were still learning. By the time you get to Neverwinter Nights, they more or less know what they're doing. And then from then onwards, it's them refining what made their games good in the first place. Hence, of course, Knights of the Old Republic, Dragon Age, Mass Effect. And they've always had the same problem. Their mechanics have never been especially great. Generally serviceable at best. But their writing has always held up really well.
I love how the solution to traps in this is not to carefully disarm them like a rogue would. No, it's just to be a total meathead and just bash it to pieces. Because, well, Diablo clone. You feel empathy for folks getting laid off. Yeah, I can understand that. Dragon Age Origins is still one of your favorite fantasy RPGs. Yeah. It still holds up in terms of writing. The unfortunately, the mechanics really don't hold up all that well. And that's something that always drove me nuts about the original Dragon Age. I always had a... Like, I appreciate the game mechanically, but it wears on me very quickly because it's so damn slow. And that is something that Dragon Age 2 fixed. Just full stop fixed. Way faster, way more responsive, feels way meatier, and yet people acted like it was just this irredeemable abortion of a game, and it's just not. And I mean, people gave me shit for actually defending Dragon Age 2 when it came out, but whatever. Then it turned into a pseudo MMO with Dragon Age Inquisition, and that was very hit or miss. See, Tango Game Wars was shut down. Yes, it was. It was shut down. In the same fell swoop that Arcane Austin was. Which wasn't really surprising, given that apparently none of their games have sold especially well, and I can't imagine that Hi-Fi Rush being a Game Pass title on day one helped it at all. In fact, I would think that Game Pass in general has just been a net negative for most developers, because it's just taking a huge chunk out of their sales on day one. And smaller studios in particular are going to rely more on the sales.
You have no more room. You can't hold anymore.
Oh. Okay, well, throw down the town portal and go sell my junk. It's supposed to be an update for Redfall. Yet there is no saving Redfall. They should have cut their losses and just canceled that project entirely. That game should not have been released. Let me put it that way. Yeah, Todd's pet eel remains, yeah. Yeah, I actually need to get around to messing around with Hi-Fi Rush. I picked up a copy of it pretty soon after it released. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Essence of Hermes Sandal. Okay, we should have a full one of those now, I think. Also, did I forget? I forgot to allocate skill points again. I'm really bad about that. Just gonna put them all into the mastery there this time. We're now up to 1,000 hit points. Huge pool of talented fans that BGS shits on when they used to recruit them. Yeah. You watched a stream of V Rising last night. Oh man. V Rising is one of those games where people are like, oh, it's really fun with friends. If you play it solo, it is boring beyond belief. It is just incredibly grindy if you play it solo. A stately circlet. Let's see. Requires player level 25, which is 9 levels from now, and intelligence 100. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be using that. Yeah, weak spot for vampire games. Okay, I get that. Yeah, Origins is the best of the best overall of the Dragon Age games. It is remarkably difficult to go back to, though. At least in its vanilla form. Because the combat is just so agonizingly slow. It just drags everything down with it. And like I said, Dragon Age 2 fixed that problem, but then it suffers from just generally being rushed and recycling content. That's more of a game design problem than the actual writing. The writing in the game is actually not bad. Except for Anders. Anders is just awful. But he wasn't any good in Dragon Age Origins Awakening either, so, you know, whatever. Let's see. If only the $1 Million Corporation could support these devs, but alas, it is impossible, indeed. Arcane Studios was... Okay, so there's 2 Arcane Studios. There's Arcane Lyon, which is the original studio. And then there is Arcane Austin, which is the one that was closed down. So, Arcane Lyon is the one that did Arx Fatalis. They are the main studio. They also were kind of the main developers behind Dishonored, and they are the main developers behind Deathloop as well. Arcane Austin usually assisted them with things. I believe they did the... they kind of co-developed the original Dishonored on a much closer to 50-50 basis. I'm not exactly sure what the split was. But it was Arcane Lyon that did Arx Fatalis specifically. They're the main studio. And most of their main talent has left as well. See, it's Raphael, I think, is the lead... The founder of Arcane and their lead guy. He's gone off to form his own company. That was quite a few years ago at this point now. I can't remember what it's called. It's like Wolf something games. That they ended up making Weird West, if you've ever heard of that one. Which is another one I really need to get around to messing around with. Yeah, I've played V Rising, Rochester. It is a survival crafting game light with Diablo-esque combat, and it is incredibly grindy, incredibly slow, and very, very dull unless you are playing it with your friends. If you are playing it with your friends, then it can be enjoyable, but by yourself it's not fun. Or at least it wasn't for me, let me put it that way. When an open source Gamebryo replacement finally arrives, fan total conversions will serve the fanbase for a long time to come. I mean, it's kind of being done. OpenMW is a thing. Let's see, we got a something that looks relatively nasty in there. I'm gonna go ahead and save just to Not that it matters right now, but... It is Alastair, the Scourge of Acheron. And he summons spooky, scary skeletons that send shivers down my spine. He also does a ton of damage. And he's healing himself, isn't he? I do so love it when I barely do any damage. Like, is this really difficult, or is it just really tedious? It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's just really tedious. And that's how every game like this is. These supposedly difficult combat encounters are really just extremely tedious. It would also help if my character didn't constantly get hung up on these minions here. But you know what? At least this fight isn't as completely BS as that demon earlier that was spawning in level 24 enemies. That was ridiculous. I feel like his health bar has not moved. Come on. There we go. That's more like it. And now we get the loot.
Your inventory is full. You have no more room. You can't carry
Oh,
anymore.
shut up. My inventory is indeed full. Well, that's okay. We can just run back to town and sell our junk. Redfall was supposed to be like Salem's Lot, but failed. Well, Redfall was... They didn't know what they really wanted to do with Redfall. It was just a mess. Multiple different competing design philosophies. It was just a mess.
Athena guard
Dude, playing V-Rising had the difficulty all the way up. I had the difficulty is on normal, and it was incredibly tedious. Because pretty much every enemy was a damage sponge that was way more powerful than me, and I never felt like a badass vampire. I always felt like a pathetic nothing. Romance in DA2 sucks. Yeah, I will be fair. Out of all of the options in that, I think Meryl is probably the best one, because she doesn't really foist the romance on the player so much. Anders definitely does, and it's really irritating.
The gods created humans and gifted us with intelligence. We defied the Titans on many occasions, and they were determined to destroy
Salem's is not something you can translate into an interactive experience. You never know. You might be able to. Stakes were much lower. I mean, the big thing that people don't really get about Dragon Age 2 is that it is a transitionary game. It is a game that is meant to get us from the events of Dragon Age Origins to the events of Dragon Age Inquisition. And if you take it in that context, it makes sense and it works. And that's kind of how I've always viewed it. Unfortunately, people were expecting it to be a proper full sequel that just continued the storyline, and that's just not what happened. So I think the main problem that people have with Dragon Age 2 is really more just expectations than anything else.
The fate of the world is in your hands.
Oh, the fate of the world's in my hands. Okay, whatever. Let's see what we got in here. We got... Oh, this just leads straight to the docks. Okay. I think the last settlement is Crete, but I'm not 100% sure. Go ahead and take care of these guys real quick. A light buckler of needles. Dragon Age Inquisition's writing was fine, but you hate MMO quests in that comment. Yeah, I can understand that. Try to stay involved in OpenMW. Yep. Save the world story is starting to grow mold mushrooms at this point. I mean, they work, and they work for a reason.
Phaedra sent you? You're the one he's sending to Knossos?
No, it's Knossos that is the last settlement.
I am the Promethean agent he spoke of. Phaedra knows what the Tal'Kin did to my family, my village. and he still won't let me seek my revenge.
Yeah, I kind of miss stories like we saw with, say, Ultima 4, which is really just a journey of personal enlightenment at the end of the day. We don't really get a whole lot of those kind of things anymore. Well, we never really got a whole lot of those to begin with. Save the world storylines have always just worked a bit better about that kind of thing. Okay. So we can go to the ship captain there, but we're not going to do that just yet. We are, of course, going to explore the docks area first here. Now, of course, in the case of something like Titan Quest, a Save the World storyline actually makes sense as well, because it is going for that classical epic feel. So. You wish to travel to Knossos? No, not really. Let's just save the game real quick. Let's travel to Knossos. I should be able to make it back to the mainland. Alright, welcome to Knossos. This is the final area of Greece in this particular game. Or at least, let me rephrase that. It is the final area of Greece in the base game.
You seek truly the greatest builder ever? My shop is a shadow of its former glory. We've fallen on hard times here. Still, perhaps I can help you.
Goodbye. Welcome, stranger. All is not well here in Knossos. Last night something passed by here. We felt
Here's your motivation for playing this game, a guilt trip.
everything has gone into chaos. Horrible creatures appeared. The ground shook.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be like when you play Fallout 3 and your motivation is, have you seen my father? He's an average-looking middle-aged man. No, I will never forgive Bethesda for that. Xanthippus the Healer. Alright, we have a quest now. We have another quest from this guy.
Once, long ago, the cruel tyrant Leukes seized the throne in Knossos. His bloody reign came to an end when a
Can't enjoy stories without high stakes that much. Feels like nothing's at risk. Ultima 4 felt like a huge fetch quest because there was no villain perspective. I'm not saying that they're to get rid of stories like that entirely. Just to have stories like personal enlightenment are, yeah, you need some variety. Let me put it that way.
Come again.
In need of a weapon? I have a come again. The beasts have claws and teeth, but you have fire. You have Zeus-like bolts to throw, and I have things
Let's see here.
Safe travels.
Daddy fetch quest.
People are saying that some...
Why, hello there.
That reminds me. Let me see if this is. Okay, so Artemis's bowstring, pristine plumage, and turtle shell. And I don't have the turtle shell or the pristine plumage. Okay, so I can't make that yet. Not that it would help me all that much. getting late, so you're going to hit the hay. Thanks for tuning in. See you later. Hope you're able to tune in the future. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I won't be going here for too horribly much longer. I don't think we'll be able to finish up Greece by the time I decide to call it a stream. We'll see. Shrine of Experience, yes please. Anything to get more experience points. There we go. Okay, we got a Necklace of Insight. That'll be useful for selling. Health Potion's always useful. Not great items. Omphalion. Okay. That's a lot of damage. No more lightning for you. Okay. Think I got everything. Yep, looks like I did. Tainted Falcata, not any better than what we got. Such as the curse of looting clicks like this.
we got some pristine plumage. Let's see, we got a fire spike. Oh, what is a fire spike? Oh, it's a spear. Very slow speed, though. Oh, Falcata in Greece? I mean, we've been finding Gladii quite often, so... You know, now that I think about it, I don't think Rome is in any of this game or the expansions. I know Iberia certainly isn't. Let's see, in the first Titan quest, not including Immortal Throne, it was Greece, Egypt, Babylon, and I believe it goes to China after that, if I remember correctly. And then in Immortal Throne, you go to Hades. And, well, obviously that gets very mythological. And then the Ragnarök expansion, as you might expect, takes you into Celtic lands and the Norse lands. Just the frozen north in general. Atlantis, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, obviously it takes you through Atlantis, but I'm not exactly sure where it takes you through otherwise. And then Eternal Embers is, from what I can tell, entirely set in China. Let's see here. Durable ornamented armbands of spirit. Still not really finding anything that's suitable to replace the things that I currently have. Falcata was the best short sword design in the Iron Age, but it was generally found only by... Yeah, hence me mentioning Iberia. Technically, the Gladius is from Iberia as well. I believe they called it the... Let's see, if I remember correctly, the full title is Gladius Hispaniensis or something like that. Now that said, despite saying that, you know, the Falcata being primarily an Iberian thing, there is something very similar in Greece called a kopis. Which we have found a few kopis. I don't know what the plural form of kopis is, but we have found a few of those earlier on in the game here. Okay, there's a cave up here. That's almost certainly where one of these quest things will be. Oh, no, it's a tomb. The Koboh is based on Egyptian design. I'm not 100% sure. You're probably thinking of the Kopesh, which is an Egyptian sword. It's the one that has the sort of a sickle-like blade.
You can't hold anymore. You can't carry anymore.
Oh, inventory's full. Well, that means it is time to go ahead and, well, deal with these first. Speaking of, we found a gladius of destruction, which makes perfect sense for ancient Greece. Alright, let's just go back to Knossos. And go sell our junk. Let's see here. Take this pristine plumage and
Have something to store?
just plop that in there.
Travel light.
Come in.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just temporarily put that in my storage here. I probably still won't use it.
Just locked. That's all right.
Okay. I think we'll clear out this little tomb here. Just leads back around there. We'll loot all this stuff here in just a moment. I still have a bit of experience to... Okay, that's a lot of damage. Okay, just one-on-one, we can handle that. There we go. And we leveled up. Cool. Go ahead and open up all these. Let's see. Even suggesting female hoplites would probably get you flogged those days in Greece. I don't know about flogged. You might get laughed out of town. Oh, we got a, let's see, a veteran's ornamented suit of spirit. Which I can't use because it requires way too much strength for compared to what I've got. So let's bump up our strength. I actually can't use it now because that bumps up my strength to the point where I can actually use it. Such is the curse of this kind of thing. Let's see here. Well, let's bump up my armor handling skill, see if that helps any. Let's see, 135. Nope, I still can't equip it without this strength boosting equipment. That said, if I do that, then I can wear it. There we go. Yeah, I think that works. Finally found something to replace the armor that I was using. A bit further north, you probably get whacked in the face by somebody's widow on the battlefield. Yup.
Greetings.
You go up to the Norse lands or the Celtic lands, and there are plenty of women warriors up there. Movie 300 was crap. Yeah, kinda. It's the entertaining kind of crap, though. All right, let's just quickly go through this tomb here and just loot stuff. And then after I do that, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream because I am actually getting pretty tired. So let's just go through here and loot everything. Okay, I think that covers it. Let me just go through here again just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope, I did not. All right.
Let's get out of this tomb here. If I can remember where the exit is. There it is. Alright, now where are we? Okay, Rebirth Fountain. It's kind of our save point. Just bonk a couple of things here real quick. Alright. Essence of Heracles' Might. Alright, cool. Oh, there's a merchant up this way. So I think we'll get up there. Let's sell our junk loot. You have some writing to do after this pot of coffee. You owe yourself 25 pages by Sunday. Well, I'd say get to it. Okay, yeah, we have a merchant up here. Let's go ahead and just sell this junk. Yep, nothing particularly useful there. Activate that. Go ahead and save the game. And I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream because, like I said, I'm getting pretty tired here. So I would like to thank you all for tuning in today. And with this, we're getting up to the end of the Greece section, so it is likely in the next stream I do of this, we will finish up Greece and then move on into ancient Egypt. So stay tuned for that. I will go ahead and schedule the next stream for that when I know when that will be. But thank you all very much for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Thanks again for watching, and I will catch you all in later videos.